Why, hello. It's me again. So we're doing something new tonight. We are trying the first event of Make a Monster Night with yours truly. So this is where you guys in the chat will be able to influence the monster. What you can see here in front of you is a feed directly from my Tippity tablet. And the whole idea here, turn that down a bit so I can hear myself, uh, is going to be that we're going to roll randomly for different bits and parts. And then I will essentially draw it, and we go from there. Thank you for the Larkodal. Yeah, so it's going to be a little bit of viewer interaction, a little bit of randomization, a little bit of the artsy fartsy stuff. Because the idea here is that as we draw up this character, this creature, I will start statting it, giving it abilities and attributes. And once the art is done, I will post it onto a PDF for you guys to use in your own D&D games, or for me to use in my future D&D games. As it is. But welcome, welcome, welcome. I am Grim of Grim Hour Productions, as you all know, and we're gonna do some weird stuff tonight. So the program I'm using is Ibis Paint, a high ASCII, and just using it on this older tablet that I got. So we're just doing the thing. We're gonna have some fun with it. Really wish I had a dice roller for on screen. Ugh. Well, we'll get there when we get there. Do have one in chat though, so we got that going for us. So, Azzy, are you excited for Make a Monster Night? I'm excited. I don't know about you. So let's start with the simple part of the whole thing. Let's start with its type. So we do have dice commands in here. So let's start. Sup, Caddis? Caddis! So let's start with the easy one. We got an 11 on the first one. So that means 30 stream streak. Caddis. Oh, that's lovely. And then you hit me with all those fucking ketchup emotes. So now I'm kind of upset, but it's fine. So 11, I should have fucking numbered these because I did not, because I'm stupid. I'm gonna insert a row right here. And it's gonna be boom, 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 boom. It's a plant. It does make it feel better. You know what? Honestly, it does make it feel better. So this first one is, let's make stabilizers on, just to make my life easier, is a plant. Here, does someone want to give me a exclamation point D6 roll? So we can see how big this plant's going to be. Got a 1. That means it's small as shit. It's tiny. It's a tiny plant. and it has 6 limbs taken after me. You hate to see it. Let's do a D8 roll. So same thing again, but you can do a D8 for the number of eyes. It's probably going to because it's a plant, it's going to probably translate into flowers or buds. You got a 4. Okay. So we'll say 4 eyes, whether that's flower buds or otherwise, we'll kind of cross that bridge. Cool. So we got a tiny plant that's got 6 limbs, 4 eyes. All right. Well, now we're cooking. So let's take a look at our bestiary here and see what we can do. So I want all of my stuff on. It's actually going to be a plant. So let's take a look at what they have here for ideas. Not me having glasses, therefore being called for. I don't think that's what it was aiming for. I mean, if that's what you take on, then I mean, it's up to you on that one. All right. So now the question becomes, there's not a dice roll for this one. Do we want this to be a plant like a normal plant? Or do we think we should be this a sentient plant? Because it's so small, I'm feeling like it's going to be a regular plant. Like dangerous, of course, but, you know, a plant, regardless. Yeah, regular plant? Okay. Let's see if there's any good inspiration in the bestiary here to give me an idea. Chihuahua plant. Yeah, basically. Let's see. Is there anything good here? I mean, there's like some good mushrooms, but there's not really much else. We could do something with that. Oh no, star horrors are too big. Alright, so we'll keep it on this layer. We're going to make this my blue tracing pen. Alright. Let's get weird with it. So I'm thinking that because it's tiny, it's going to have a pretty basic root system. So we'll probably say that's going to be in some kind of dirt. Then if it has 6 limbs, it could be some kind of thrasher. So let's say it's going to have a action curve up the center. We could have it where it's got a disc-like head and it has the eyes up here with some kind of division. We'll say that it's going to have some stereotypical blade leaves. So now we get to start building. Get my purple for my layer building. So I feel like that for this one, we're probably going to wind up pushing closer to a almost like century plant. I feel like that the limbs may be feelers. Maybe it's partially carnivorous. Whoop, wrong layer. Back there. I feel it's going to have a wider stalk. It's going to kind of come down. It's going to have some basic root structures. What if we have the lower limbs be the same length, but they're going to be really thin towards the end? So they're going to be almost coil-like. I'm thinking like a Stardew plant. We'll say that it's going to have a standard stock there. It's going to have another one come up. Be pretty standard. I'm going to drop the stabilizer by a couple points. I think it's pulling my pen too much. And then I imagine that it could have some kind of lures. I feel like it's going to have wide leaves, but they're going to have some hard points. And I think for the top two, we should be looking at something that's going to help it uh, eat, or it's going to be for making more plants. So I think that we should have its main head be its actual mouth, and then the secondary leaves here be the actual flowering parts. So we'll give these a bit more of a curve, since they're going to be kind of holding the flowers almost like a cup. So then this is going to kind of be like that. And then this can kind of come out like that. Kind of pretty basic McBasic designs here. We're not trying to make the Sistine Chapel, we're trying to plan out a monster. So then I think for the head, we should do something closer to a carnivorous creature. So instead of having a flat cut, it's going to have kind of more of a open lip. So it should kind of look like it's peeling back. So that should actually pull like that. It should actually come up to a point. Then we can have kind of these more rounded cuts in these leaves here. That would be the faceplate. And then we'll give it more oval-esque eyes. I imagine it's going to be more of a rounded head, just because it's going to facilitate plant cells. It's going to have to wind up having some kind of basic geometry that the cells can support. So the head cut's going to be moving and have a lot of pneumatics. It's going to have to be a more natural physiology shape, which you're looking at round or polygonal, depending on the situation. But then we'll have this kind of start really widening up to come up and under the head. So that's kind of what we're looking at now. So what I'm actually going to do really quick is that because my blue layers with my descriptors, I'm going to quickly yoink that. I'm going to paste it into there. I'm going to drop that one. So that's kind of what we're looking at now. So very, very basic death plant. Looking at tiny 6 limbs, 4 eyes. So now we can grab another layer, kind of drop the opacity down on this one a little bit. And what we'll do is we'll now start working on our actual line work. So what do you think so far, Caddis? I feel like this is going to be a good one. Notification. No. Fuck, Zach, you son of a bitch. Refresh this just so it stops being a turd burglar. Oh, I got mix it up. I should probably tell it to not run timers. That one. There we go. That one doesn't run Ashes anymore because Ashes is over. So that's all thing. All right, so now we get to really start breaking down to brass tacks. So we're going to start here at the stalk. I'm going to reset my opacity of my pen. Turn the stabilizer up just a touch so I can get nice setups on this. And we're going to get a nice deep cut on that one. A little bump. Yes. Why did it do that? There we go. Do a little more of a cut. And do a cut up. Itchy eye. Itchy eyebrow. So now we're going to have a big curve kind of coming in. Have it come up, and then it's going to start doing its curve in like that. It's a little too thick for my taste. So what we'll do is we'll try again. Just kind of walk it little bits at a time. There we go. Nice. Nice little thresher arm for it. Get bit! Ah! Kai, why? My hams! Watch anime with the partner, no audio. Well, I big appreciate you being here anyways. And I have been chompied. My feelings. There we go. Some nice thresher limbs. Give a little accent lines, a little fucking cuts here and there. Bring a little more curve into it, a little pull. We're going to do a nice wide set. And then we're going to do a thin set. Ooh, too much. All right, now we're cooking. Do a little leaf tip. Ooh, too far. I've been hit with a stretch and a hydrate. Let's do a little. Now I'll grab thinner brush to do those. I will do your stretch and hydrate in but a moment. Let me get these petals set. All right. I know you can't jump scare. It's almost as if I haven't reset them after D&D. I'm so sorry. Here, I'll turn some other ones on from that aren't that. Let's see. Put on that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. Turn on your favorite. There. FBI, open up! There. I keep telling you to come back with a warrant. Mean. Don't make those teary eyes at me, Cass. It's not how we do things here. I have to go run and get my slippers from upstairs. No matter what I do to try and keep my office from being absolutely freezing, it's always freezing. Because the air can, the way the air circulates in this house is weird. But anyway. Nerp. And we're going to do a little nerp. And then a little nerp. There we go. Look at that so far. That's looking pretty all right. I'm liking it. I'm here for it. Now, the biggest question is that we got to do the leaves, which I'm going to try and see if, I got to think of the leaves. We could do like type of angled leaf. Do something simple. Yeah, we'll do this. Zoop. A little zoop. And then and have the leaf kind of do that, which means I can lead it back from the tip and kind of have it droop a little right there. No, that's going to be too close. No. Son of a bitch. That looks weird. We're gonna fix this side here. This looks off. Give it more curve. There we go. Better. Ah, drop my phone. Sorry. Don't mind me. Just throwing shit. Now here comes the big wumbo. The big wumpus is getting this, the head of this plant designed in such a way that I enjoy it. So we're going to do the head of it on a different layer. Then we're going to kind of build back into it. So I think here at the apex of it, where the parts are going to meet, should have a little bit of a sharp bit. But then it should come back into a more rounded shape. It's going to have kind of like compass points coming off of its head, to basically act as the center points for the hydraulics that the cells are going to wind up having to put out. And so what we can do with this is with this next part, we can actually refine this shape a bit. So I feel like kind of keeping with the sharp, almost pseudo edges is going to play really nice into the nature of the plant, since it is like it's menacing if you don't know what it is. Redo that. God damn it. Stop making a straight line. That is not what I'm drawing, and you know it. It's close enough. There we go. Definitely a more refined shape. Yeah, I think we're going to wind up having to roll this back. Kind of like this. Now we can do the eye buds, which I'm going to do again on another layer. Remove that one. Ooh. Can we get it to do a four-way? Jesus Christ, what the hell? I need you radial. Can I fucking... I would like for you to rotate. Oh, there it is. There we go. Fucking absolutely. So, we just need to edit that one eye right there, which is fine. We can turn that off now. Grab our eraser. Actually, no, we could do this. We can actually go a step further. Just yoink that motherfucker. Cut him. And then we can paste him down, scoot him over a touch, and boom. Done. We actually do the same to this side too. Nice. Nope, wrong one. Button. Let's turn off the selection area. Then we'll have you merge down, merge down. Boom, eyeballs. And now we can go back to the head. And now we're going to actually get... Oh, that's still the lasso. I want my brush back, thanks. Then we're just going to do some nice gentle arcs for these pieces. Well, look, there you have it so far. Whatever the fuck this thing is. So what we can do is we can remove that highlighted layer. And what we'll go through and do is add some detail stuff as well as pull some lines in. Yeah, I don't know what the hell it is, but it's a thing. It's a plant, and it's carnivorous. It looks angry. So now, let's see. We got the basic shape. We got the eyes. We have to settle this here. There we go. Also fix that line right there. Just a touch. There we go. Now we get to do details on the head as well as the petals. So now we're going to need a new layer that's going to be a smaller brush. This one is going to be... Gonna need a hard edge. We were doing 3.5 before, so let's do 2 schmixels. And we're on the new layer. Yes, we are. Oh, wow, that's still fucking thick. All right, 1.5. Better, 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 better. Get some details on these parts. So now let's get these buds shaped. That's too much of a cohesive line. Just gonna break that up. Cobra! Welcome. Welcome to the first Make a Monster stream. How are you, sir? Do some crosshatchy. Fantastic. Welcome, welcome, welcome. There we go. Now we're cooking with grease. Yes, it is the first of my streams that you've been to. Big welcome, sir. Big welcome. This is the first art stream that we're doing on a more consistent basis, I guess is the term for it, where we're focusing on making random monsters from dice rolls. Yeah, so I'm doing concept art of creatures, and once the concept art is done, we'll do some ability rolls. We'll do some actual draw ups of what their scores would be, what things they could have, and then I'll finalize it into a PDF, and I'll post it somewhere. I think either in my server or on my channel here, for people to go and use for their own D&D games. I'll actually be making functional monsters for people to play with. So this isn't just, oh, we're going to draw and it's going to be cool. It's like there's going to be something else behind it. Like there's going to be a rhyme and a reason. So if this works out like I think, we may actually see some of these in the upcoming campaign that I'm currently writing for my next set of players. So I think we're going to leave the eyes as they are, and we'll do more detail when we get to coloring. So I think, yeah, I think now we're into the coloring phase of the situation here. Yeah, and I also love just letting people run with concepts, because that's one of my favorite things as a dungeon master is to just kind of make stuff for fun. And one of the things I love doing here, for example, is just making things that people enjoy. So we're just going to make sure we select our outside range here. And now we're going to start picking colors. So Caddis, since you love green, we're going to start with green. Because this is a plant, it is not a fungus. It's going to actually have to have some kind of chlorophyll base in its cellular structure. So we're going to have to do a little bit of green action here. Oh, I have it inverted. Hang on. Invert. There we go. Now we're cooking with the bacon. We're going to turn off the stabilizer because now we are coloring. Woo, no, go back. I do not need a 120 pixel marker. Thanks. Oh, I didn't select that part. Well, that's annoying. Stop being in the center. Stop being here. You're not allowed to be in there. Stop that. You something or other. There we go. There we go. I got a green body. So now let's go a little bit darker. We'll do a more of a dulled green. And we'll use that for the leaves. Just keeping it real simple color-wise. Nothing no one ain't seen before. Just real simple like. And we'll swap to a more grayish brown. And what we'll do is we'll kind of blur into the green of the roots here. We'll kind of give it a little bit of up. Give it a little je ne sais quoi. We're going to give it a little blur action. Make it look cohesive. And we got our root system. Fix it on the stalks and the threshers. We'll go back and do more color on those in a second. You know, we'll actually do that before we move on. So we'll go back to this other green we had. And what we'll do is we're going to get a little bit of a darker, but higher saturation. So it's going to be a little bit more of an accent. And we're going to aim directly for these thresher parts here. We're going to specifically get around just a touch of it, because we want that light part to still be a bit of a contrast. So when we blur it in, you can clearly see that the cells are moving, but they're not moving that much. And then the same thing can happen here along some of these more indented parts that are growth plates or growth cell lanes. Even along the bottom here, we can get a little bit of that darker green around the bud angles. Get along the neck, some of these stems. You can even get it on the leaf, just a touch here and there. Because that's going to blend in with the gray to kind of give us a nice little balance. Get it on the stalks here, on the base of this guy, along this growth plate. And then right under that. So then we swap to our blur. We should start to see a more organic looking natural shading. See? So now it has the highlights as well as the lowlights from the roots to the stem. Now, big question, what color should the flowers be? Most carnivorous plants have usually bright colored flower petals. So what I'm feeling here is doing probably a little bit of a light orange as like a base color. You want to do red? Okay, we can do red. So we can do more of a almost light salmon. We'll actually pull back on the saturation just a touch. So what we can do is we can kind of start getting that color in there. And we're not trying to fill it. We're not trying to hardline it. We're trying to give it more of a natural feel. So then we can grab that darker red that we all know and love with the higher saturation. And we can kind of do the same thing we did before. Right along some of these darker parts. Really wedge that marker in to really amp out the color, including the parts that are going to be underneath the head of the plant. So again, once we grab this blur tool and we kind of even it out, we now have natural highlights and lowlights on the flowers. For ketchup, I mean, that's fair. I'll let you have that one, Caddis. So we're gonna grab our eraser here. We're going to clean up this space that we're going to use for the headpiece. And we're going to do the eyes last. Just because that's going to be darker colors and more of a heavier contrast. So we're going to wait on that part, but now we got to do the actual head of this plant. Now, again, with carnivorous plants, because they're still chlorophyll based, they do have green kind of based around the edges and such. What I'm feeling here is we're going to actually have green be more of an accent and have a more orangey brown be the base. You're going to kind of see what I'm talking about in a second here. So let's grab... So that's a little too brown. Let's do a little more orange. Let's get a little more color in there. Not too dark, but just enough. And so what we'll do now is we'll kind of start getting this in here, and we're going to do nice wide strokes with this blurring marker just to kind of get a basis of color. We're not trying to, like I said, we're not hammering down anything yet. All we're doing is we're getting a... Oh, nope, go away. We're doing a nice wide kind of just leaving a lot of holes open, leaving a lot of highlights to kind of naturally be there along the angles. Little crossovers, little cross hatching. So now, when we do swap back to this more vibrant green, we can even go a little bit brighter on the saturation. And we can actually probably drop the opacity down just a touch and kind of run it down these edges here. And notice I'm not touching those buds yet, because I have an idea for those. I'm going to have those be another accent color that's already been used to kind of keep the theme going. And now what we're going to do is we're going to grab an orange. It's a little bit less on the saturation. And we're just going to use that to kind of fill some of this white space. Not a whole lot, just a touch. It's kind of giving it a nice little more, God, for the love of shit, more vibrant color. Not a whole lot, just a touch, just enough. And now we can swap back to this red, and we're going to keep it on a low opacity so that we can get these nubs here, and we can actually let the color fill these spots and blur into what's naturally already there while we kind of move around the area. That way it's going to look like it flows naturally from one point to the other. And then we can actually drop the size down. I'm going to drop it by half. And we're actually going to get these inner lips here. We'll bring up the opacity just a touch back to normal, just to kind of run this marker real gentle-like along these inner parts of the flower. And then we're going to swap to a gray, kind of in the middle of the color hue. So it still has that darker tone to it, but it still has that red of the inner flesh. And then we'll do the same again, but now we're going to shift it back towards green. So then we can kind of do these edges. Again, just a touch, not a lot. Go to a nice dark saturation. And then we can kind of do these opposite corners to give it a little bit of depth. And so now when we kind of start blurring everything together, you have a more kind of natural tone on everything. We're not done yet. Once we have the base colors down and we have a nice fade, we're going to go into contrast and we're actually going to start building shadows. So what we're going to do here now is we are going to go back to this orange. We're going to get a darker side of it. So we're going to do more of a brown. Keep the small brush, and we're going to get these corners, these peripherals of the eyes. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect. Doesn't have to be within the lines. We're doing a concept art. We're doing a little bit of something. It's not a professional drawing. We are enjoying our time here. We are doing the Bob Ross of monster design is what we're doing here. Think of Bob Ross. Happy little trees, happy little monsters, right? Easy, easy, easy. So this is where the fun part with the eyes is going to be. We're going to build our layers into the eye. So the eye is going to be a brighter orange. So we're going to aim for a kind of brighter base color. Nothing too nuts. And we're going to start kind of building it into here. We're going to bring this back up to, we'll do 15. But anybody asking, Grim, you're filling the eye the whole way. Why? Well, you'll see in a minute. Because since we are going to be building the highlights into the eye color itself, we need to have a good basis and not as much open space. Because now we can kind of go down the contrast line a little bit, drop the saturation, and we're going to kind of give it a little bit of an iris. Just a bit. Just a touch. Nothing nuts. This little spot where the eye is going to be. Because now we can grab our highlight colors, and this is where we're actually going to build into the eye itself. See, you want to leave a little bit of the dark behind because that's going to act as a natural shadow when you go to put the highlight in for the actual eye. So when you go to a brighter color like white, you can really accent the eye by building off of the colors you currently have. So now we can kind of just touch with the blur tool. And so now we can go to pure white. We'll drop the marker a little smaller. And we're going to just kind of gently edge along where the highlight needs to be. So when we kind of give that a little poke back into it, we can kind of slowly but surely build up a almost shine to the eye. Art time! Yeah, so that's kind of how you get a shine on the eye. Because like here, you see how this eye, the one on the right, kind of has the same thing going on as the left. You can kind of see that there's a light coming from down here. So what we can do is we can add a kind of bigger dot of it. Really kind of get that dot in there. Maybe put some smaller part right there. This one we got a little bit more. Maybe we'll put a little bit up there. This one will give it a nice highlight. We'll put a little piece right there. This one will get a nice little streak. A little bit right there. And then again, just little pokes. Nothing nuts. Little pokes. Happy little monsters. And then if you look at it, you go, oh man, I'm kind of lost my contrast, that's okay, because now you can gently backfill on that contrast to really bring that eye into a level. And so when we go to do the actual shadows, we'll give those eyes a bit more of a shine. We'll do some more wet shining to it, maybe some darker highlights around it, really kind of make it pop out. But this is essentially our creature. This is our plant. So now the next step is we're going to start doing contrast. So I like to use overlays for this. And we're going to swap off of our blurring marker. And we are going to come back up to our airbrushes. And we're going to grab our 60%. Which is what I like to use for this situation in particular. And because we are doing actual contrast, you're going to be using a very dark color. You're going to be using black in this sense. What this is going to do is with the overlay, it's going to darken the colors without losing the hue. So we're going to start down here. We're going to make sure that our brush size is correct. It's a little too big. So we're going to break it down to a 15. And with this, we're just going to kind of gently touch on different areas. The idea is to give you a sense of highlights. So we're going to be looking at specifically where the light is coming from while we're doing these. And so because it's on a separate layer, it's taking all of our past colors into effect when it's doing the contrast. So it's going to be expanding on the colors we already had in play. It's not adding anything more. It's giving them a little bit of shadow and light. Which is going to make our plant have a bit more life to it. Especially these petals, then now we can really focus on the bodies of them having a bit more vibrancy without focusing too much on the actual lips of them. And we can really make sure that parts that are going to be over encompassed by the head of the flower have the necessary shadow done. And now we can really kind of start building on where the biological concepts of this creature are going to be, because we can follow the way that normal plants are kind of designed, where higher cell density means darker colors, especially in chloroplast or any kind of chloroplastic flower. So we can get a nice little shade on these buds, really kind of make them pop. Get around these eyes as we start kind of figuring out where our light is coming from. I'm going to drop the blur strength a little bit, increase the size, and what we're going to do is just, like I said before, we're going to just do a little tippy tappies. Because we want to keep a lot of that hue still in place, but we don't want it to look as hard. Because natural things don't have hard shadows unless you're shining a light directly on them. They will naturally have blends of shadows, and highlights. So you want to make sure that kind of stays in play where you can kind of see where the strain and such is. And so we'll get another layer going here. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to make an overlay for the time being. And now we're going to swap our color from black to white. White is going to be our light. It's going to be our light pieces. So this is where we're going to be focusing on the eyes, doing pieces that are going to be touching the actual light here. So we're going to be doing the opposite areas where we hit it with the contrasting brush. So we know where our light source is coming from. So we're just going to kind of play in between the shadows. And we're just going to kind of really get some nice highlights on parts that are going to balance out the darker parts we just put in. So spaces in between where we had more of like growth plates going on, spots that would be easily touched by the sun, things along that line. Like the tops of these roots are going to get a lot more highlights on them, because they're going to be kind of facing that light source more often. They don't need to be completely darkened. Some of these edges are going to get some nice streaks to them. Like the upper part of these threshers are going to get a few more coats of this highlighter. These leaves, going to get a couple more touches. Tops of these flowers, yeah. Little parts of these stalks here and there. And then we're going to really kind of dig into these eyes a little bit. Really start trying to get these parts to pop. And then same as before, we're going to grab our blush tool, or blur tool, and we're just going to kind of just give a little bit of tippy tappies. Not a whole lot, just a touch. To really just make sure that nothing stands out as it being just a hard-edged mess. We want it to look soft, we want it to look natural, we want it to kind of flow into one another. And there it is. And so if we really want to go the extra mile here, the next step would be to do dark shadows, where we would be doing actual blackout or half blackouts to really kind of emphasize where that darkness is going to come from. So that is going to be our next and final step, and we're going to call that a hard light. So this is going to be a hard light pass. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to the head here. We're going to check to make sure how hard we're going here. It's going pretty all right. So now with hard light, you have to be careful because it is just going to be the blackout color. So the idea with this is that you're not going over where the highlights were, you're going where the light is actually going to be stopped. So backs of the eyes, probably like the backs of this rim here, back of this lip, inside of this one, back edge of this guy, a little bit on that end. We're gonna do right under here just a bit. We're gonna do probably like the bottom of this bud going out just a touch. The back of this eye just a little bit, kind of leading out from there. I forgot to reselect that area. Look, hang on. We're going to just quickly do that. So that way I don't just throw shit everywhere. Because that would be super pog. Because I want to do the least amount of cleanup as possible. All right, and then same thing again is we're just going to do some quick passes with the blur tool. Make sure everything looks kosher. If we want to get weird, we can do, I believe it's linear light is going to give me what I want. I'm going to swap this back to white. And this is going to give us our very clear and easy to see highlights. So this is not going to be a contrast. It's not going to be playing off the colors. It's going to be off the actual objects themselves. So this is actually placing light onto the object. All right. I feel like that's going to basically be all we can do with this guy. We're going to make sure we didn't have any floaters. It looks like we had a little bit, but it's fine. I'm not too worried about it. So, there you go, Caddis. The only thing that I'm probably going to do to finish this all up is to get a nice little normal layer. I'm going to take my regular airbrush. I'm going to put a darker color into it. I'm actually going to color the inside of its mouth. Color its mouth. Actually, let me get a, let's do my particle brush here. There we go. All right, now we need to name it. So what in the hell? Nah, ha, ha, ha. You hurt me, Jenna. Hurt. My feelings destroyed. Thank you. All right, so let's pick a name for this monster. So it's a small or it's a tiny plant with multiple eyes, multiple limbs, two flowers, two leaves, and two threshers. It's mostly stationary. Isn't much of a threat. So it'd be more of probably like a sentry or a warning system. So we should probably pick a name that's going to be along that line. So let's, I'm also hurt. My Fridays are free. I haven't had many free Fridays in the last almost 2 years. Wasn't due for Friday. Yeah, you're telling me. I'm going to be doing more stream stuff until I feel something with something. Whenever the fuck that happens. So this isn't a myconoid, because it's not a mushroom. And it's not a species. It could be. Let's say that this is a... Oh, I'm trying to think of a pun. Shit. Oh, oh, she dropped a fucking AirPod down here? Really? Good lord. My wife. My wife. Let's call this a... in honor of Caddis. Yeah, I ended up doing it. We just made our first monster, actually. Currently just sizing up the text here. Let's flip those. Bip. I want to choose. I want to choose this one. I want the different color. Why is it all the stupid colors? Stupid. Dumb. Makes everything look like fade. Why you look all bade? I want to have... Ugh. Ah, fuck it. This fine. This will be fine. There we go. So, this is the first monster we made, called the Heinesen Watcher. It is a tiny plant, because we have an RNG table that I made on this side, that basically you roll for the type, the size, the number of limbs, number of eyes, how many, like how much teeth it has, if it does have teeth, and we'll wind up statting out here in a second, including like CR rating. I have like dragon type listed right now. I have to go through do like elemental, fey, fiends, giants, stuff like that. But we're going to essentially just kind of stat this whole thing out to make it interesting. So we just finished doing the concept design, and so now we're moving on to the next part. So we're going to actually remove that, and we're going to scooch this up to here. Woo! We're going to change this to a not fucking insane looking font. All right, so the CR rating for this is probably going to be 1.5 because it is a mostly non-lethal plant. And oh my god, what is this font? Stop existing. Thank you. Make you left leaning. Let's see. Dragon type speed. I'm gonna say that its speed is 0. That is a P, not a fucking 0, you putz. There you go. Let's see where its habitat's gonna be. This habitat's more than likely going to be a jungle plant. Yeah. That was kind of the idea when we were putting it all together. So we're gonna say that it's I want that growing from my gluteal cleft. What? Your gluteal cleft? Why do you want it growing from your butt, Carson? That's weird. But yeah, the plants fucking toll on us. Oh, spooky. You should meet my wife, which is Lumos. That's who's in the chat currently. She's at work. But she's the one I've been telling you and Kai about. Tattoo it strip. Oh, you want like as a tattoo? Yeah, I can make that happen. We can do some tattoo designs today too, if people want. Let's see what else. We're gonna say that it's saves. For lack of a better fucking term, it's gonna probably be wisdom and con, because it's a plant. Let's put up here. It is a tiny plant. Someone's always got their back watching their ass. Absolutely. And we'll say that it doesn't have any speed whatsoever because it's a plant, but it does do acid damage. So we'll actually just save that text box as it is, and we'll make another one. I don't want to edit that one. I want another one. I did have to Google it. Kind of cool to meet you. You had to Google gluteal cleft. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. She likes to say weird stuff. It's okay. All right, so let's do its stat rolls. They're going to be weighted, of course, because it's a plant. All right, so let's say that its strength is going to be a 4. Its dex is going to be fucking non-existent. It's probably going to be 6. Con is going to be fucking plants. What are their usual? No, where's the regular fucking plant? Where's that? What's that thorn thrower? Because that was closer to what we were dealing with. Needle blight, sprouts, mantrap, jammer leech, podling. Has speed. Why does it have fucking speed? That's weird. Oh, shrieker fungus. Here we go. Shrieker fungus, stationary mushroom in the bestiary. So we can actually say that its strength is dog shit. It's a 1. Its dex is 1. Its constitution is a 10. Because it's a plant. But we'll just do this the way it's supposed to be. Yeah, strength, dex, con. And then we'll do intelligence. It's a plant. We'll say actually because it has to actually no, because it's yeah, because its wisdom is going to be its perception, so it doesn't need intelligence. It just needs orders. It's 1. Do wisdom. We'll say that it has a 6, and then charisma is going to be a 1 because it's a plant. I don't want to fucking edit the text box, bro. Stop. All right, so that means that it's it's fucking saves, man. It's gonna be -5, -5, 0, -5, -3. Think. No. Bum 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 bum. 2, 2. Not 3, it's 2. And then -5 for charisma. Plants. Fucking make you center. Make my life look nicer. And so then let's put in some stats for this fucking thing. I'm going to say its HP is going to be 3d8. So let's roll for it. Let's get rid of these rollers. Let's do... Oh, nope. Get out of here. Actually, Shrieker Fungus is medium. Okay, so it's actually going to be 3d4. So it's going to be an 8 on average with a new 3d4 hit dice. Yeah, and then what else? We need to do its AC and its initiative. So let's do... What, its fucking dex is a -5. So 10 minus 5 is a 5. So it has an AC of 5. You could sneeze on it because it's a plant. Actually, no, wait. It's tiny. So actually would have a higher AC even though it's fucking shit. So it's actually going to be a 9 because they get a +4 because they're tiny. That's... That's fucking dumb. I'm here for it. AC 9, 8 hit point plant that can spot you a fucking mile away. Who's the fucking say? Ugh. You know, we'll probably amp up its wisdom too, just to make it better at passive perception. Because that's just gonna be funny. Yeah, speed is 0. AC initiative. That's fucking 10 minus 5. Actually, no, it's gonna be... Oh no, because its dex is a -5. You start at 0. It's gonna be a -5. Which means it's just gonna start at 5 by default. No, no. We'll say it's passive perception is going to be... I'm not going to leave it as pap. It's gross. Passive perception is going to be... No, we're going to make it 10 because it's a watcher plant. Actually, no, we'll make it 8. Which means I'm going to change its wisdom. Actually, no, it would be 8 because it's only a -2. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't actually have to do shit. Look at me go. I do need to write down that it's going to be unaligned, because Lord forbid you think a plant has a fucking alignment. All right, so it's going to have... It's not going to blindside, because this is using the Underdark. We'll say it does have dark vision. And it's going to have dark vision up to 30 feet. And it's going to be immune. Blind, charm, deafen, and frightened. And there it is. There's the first monster that we created from Make a Monster, is the Heineken Watcher. It's currently a CR 1/2 tiny plant that is unaligned, has a speed of 0, exists in the jungle, has saves on both Wisdom and Constitution because fuck the players. It has a HP of 8 with a 3d4 roll, has the stats 1, 1, 10, 1, 6, 1, giving it modifiers of -5 in all of them except for Constitution and Wisdom. It has an AC of 9, an initiative of -5, and a passive perception of 8 with dark vision up to 30 feet. And it is immune to blind, charm, deafen, and frightened. And I would essentially, if I was going to write this out, would say that it would have some kind of signal that it would give out. If it spots something, whether it's auditory or if it's a signal through anything else. But that's our first creature. So last step, the very last step, the one that I do to finalize everything here. I'm going to grab my lover's pen. I'm going to put it on my red ink. I'm going to shift this down to 4.5 pixels. And it is the 06. So we'll say this is 06, 07, 25. Hell yeah, everybody. Look at that shit right there. It's a blood-curdling scream. Abso-fucking-lutely. And just for the sake, we'll put it down here. Like it doesn't capitalize. All right. It omits that can be heard, we'll say, within, let's say 300 feet of it. 150. No, 300. 300 is pretty standard for alarm bells. Thank you, spell check. Just grab my eraser real fast and just fucking zip. And there we go. Yeah, well, it technically has abilities. That's all it is. You can literally take this. I'll probably wind up putting together a collection of these. And as it stands, you could just take this verbatim and use it in a D&D game. Like, its abilities are that, is that it has a trigger, of that if a creature or a bright light moves within 30 feet of it, it emits a blood-curdling scream that can be heard within 300 feet. That's it. Those are its abilities. That's its job. You could play this as a creature in a game as it stands right now. So where I'll put these, I'm not entirely sure. We'll figure it out when we get there. But yeah, so the first hour and a half of Make a Monster, we made our own little Heineken Watcher. So I'm gonna go grab my slippers and some more water because my feet are cold. And I'm gonna run some ads while I'm gone. That way, you guys don't get too bored, and we'll be here in 3 minutes. So be back in a second. Boop. Hey, Eagle. I just got back from taking a quick break, grabbing my slippers and some water. Thank you for stopping in and raiding. I know if you have to raid and run, please do so. Take care of yourself before anything else, as you're important. You're loved. We want to see you around. And if water and food make that happen, then please do so. Tonight we're doing Make a Monster. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Grim of Grim Hour Productions. I do D&D shit. As you can probably imagine. Here, we'll actually talk face to face. Hey, so I do this stuff for fun. I've been doing this for 20 years. I just recently started doing concept art productions in this sense. I can actually probably turn off the reactive because that's my my guy. That's my dude. Maybe come in. Thank you for trusting me with your community. This is kind of what I do. I do story writing. I do campaigns. If you
Hello there.
want to see what's going on with my stuff, we just recently finished up a 1.5 year campaign last night with a really big emotional finale by all of my players. Some of them who are still new at the beginning of it. And so for that, if you want to check that out in your free time, I have everything here at the YouTube channel underneath the same name. It should still be underneath that link. If it isn't, please tell me, because it should go to a channel with the same name as this one. If it doesn't work, please let me know so I can fix it. It hasn't told me it hasn't stopped working, so we'll see. Otherwise, welcome in. Eagle, what were you doing? Let's do a big old shouty to our boy, our dude. You were playing Stalker Anomaly. Ah, yes. It works? Thank you, Nas. Thank you. You were playing Stalker Anomaly. Nice. I don't recognize that name. Is that the newest one? I know you probably already ran away, which is fair. And Emmy, I see you here as well. Welcome. Fix my shoe. Huzzah. But yes, welcome in everyone. We just finished making our very first monster from this stream, which is the Heinesen Watcher that was inspired by our dear friend Caddis. Everything else was on a random table, which is pretty great. Was wondering how this is all going to kind of come to pass, but it came out really well. And we're gonna go and start another canvas for the next one. No, not transparent. Back to my gallery, please. And we're going to pop another one. We'll do it. Yeah, we'll do 3x4 is fine. All right. So for those of you who don't know how this works, because it's the first time we're doing it, is we're going to take a look at what we can do for these new monsters. So the way that the monster generation works is the first thing we do is we roll a d12, and that is in the chat commands. If you do !d12, you can roll to see what kind of creature we create now. And so I'm going to swap back to the art window so you guys can follow along as we do this. So whoever wants to volunteer, go ahead and do that !d12, and let's see where we go today for this next creature on the board. And if you like what you see, don't forget to follow and stick around for the next one. All right, let's see where we go today. I'm going to roll us a d12. We get a 10. Cool. All right, so a 10 is a monstrosity. So that means we are going to be stepping right into the monster shit, which we love to see here. Nice. All right, so it's a monstrosity. And it's going to be a... We are not doing a tiny monstrosity. Hold on, let me look at the bestiary. Let me look. We're not doing small again. No, 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 no. Absolutely not. Let me see what's here is a fucking... Oh, it's like Hook Horrors, Cerberus Pup, Egg Hunter Hatchling. I mean, like, we could do something with this, I guess. Okay, so it's like cat size. So we're looking at things along cat size to, like... Okay. So, like, fish, cats, juveniles, hatchlings of certain things, carrion stalkers are tiny. Okay. I mean, we can work with this, I guess. What do you guys think? Do you think we should re-roll it? Think we should take another stab at the size category for this monster? Sure. Here, Caddis, you roll it then. Let's see what your luck looks like. See what you got over there. Yep. Exclamation point D6. A 6. Oh. Oh boy. You know what a 6 gets us, Caddis? Gets us Gargantuan. A big, hunky, chunky boy. You got the complete opposite end of the spectrum. Alright, so we either have Tiny or Garg. Alright. So Tiny, we're looking at like cats, flying snakes, carrion stalkers, scarabs, stuff like that. If we swap it from Tiny to Gargantuan. All right. So Gargantuan creatures are as follows. An Altasaur, which is a titanic sauropod likened to a walking mountain with craggly spines, patterns of elemental energy that glow in its hide like streams of lava, and 8 massive legs the size of ancient trees. We have things like the Aqualisk, which is apparently a random creature from, what is that? Griffin Sabeck. Oh, I don't know that one. I don't know that book. Astral Dreadnought, the crab demon. Notice the terrifying astral dreadnoughts hunt the silvery void of the astral plane, causing planar travelers to shudder at the very thought of them. Dreadnoughts have been gliding through the astral mist since dawn of the multiverse, devouring all other creatures they encounter. This guy's CR rating is 21, and he has 300 hit points with an AC of 20. Pog. We have Ceratops. We have a Citadel Spider. Eyestalk of Gensomid. Okay. Apparently it's part of a very large Beholder. We have a Gigant, which is some type of super beetle. Super Hydra, Ether Eel, another Hydra called an Iron Scale Hydra, Asperia, which is a Sphinx, the Kraken, a Megapede, Pulchronos, which is a type of Titan, the Purple Worm, a classic, Regisaur, which is a giant Tyrannosaurus. We have a Rock, which is a gargantuan monstrosity. It's a giant hawk. They're kind of spoopy. Sky Swimmer, which is, I can't even tell from the token what the fuck that is. Enormous predatory leviathans that feed on drakes, rocks, griffins, and anything else they encounter as they soar through the clouds above Ravnica. It is from the Guildmaster's Guides to Ravnica. Interesting. Sky Whale, Storm Crab, the Tarrasque, because again, classics. Thunderbird, Tromocratus, and a young purple worm, which is still considered gargantuan. I hate purple worms. They're gross. They're gross. All right. So, we got that going for us. So now let's see what number of limbs it gets. Let's do 2d4. It's 7 limbs. 7. Why does it have 7 limbs? Who's to say? So it's got 7 limb. And then we'll do a d8 roll for eyeball. It's got 6 eyeballs. It's got 7 limbs and 6 eyes. And we're going to do it as a gargantuan because I find that funny. Let's do percent teeth. It's 40% teeth. So it's got not a whole lot of teeth. It's got a good amount of teeth. So it's not all teeth. But it's got a lot of them. Now let's see what its CR rating is going to be to pick something for it to mimic. $14. I don't think there's anything on the gargantuan list that's a 14. Oh, Altasaur. Okay, Altasaur is a 13, and the Ice Stalk is a 15. Oh, no, Regisaur. Regisaur's a 14. Okay, so we can kind of base it off of this way. All right. So we're kind of basing it into it. We're kind of bringing it in. So we can see that it's a Regisaur with a CR of 14. Don't mind my chicken scratch. It's my thoughts. It's my stuff. All right, let's see what its speed is. 3d10 plus 25. It has a 50-foot speed. Abso-fucking-lutely. Mind that. Don't you start with me. $50-foot speed. Now, let's do a big think. So this thing's gonna have 7 limbs, 6 eyes. It doesn't sound like a ground predator. It definitely sounds like a predator, something that's going to be a carnivore, something that's going to eat. So do we could try make this thing flying or some hybrid of the two, do a mix between like a Regisaur and a Drake, maybe. Something that's it's got some wings, but not all of them. We could do like a Wyvern style. So it's got like pseudo arms that have the membranes attached and then like regular arms behind it. That could be fun. And then it could have like regular bipedal legs, do a little reverse joint action. That 7th limb being a tail, trying to keep it stationary, kind of keep it stable. And it could just have a shit ton of eyes for no reason other than just having fucking eyes. Yeah, yeah, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it, Mr. Krabs. I am feeling it. All right, so I think we don't need to do anything else. I'm going to have the Regisaur stuff up just for stat blocking. And that will be after we continue designing this fellow of ours. Oh, big stretch. I'm taking my own initiative and stretching. Oh, oh, I felt my chest pop on that one. That was nice. All right, fix my hair, get my brain in action, doing a big think, a big wungus, a big wumpus, if you will. All right, so now we got ourselves a big old monsty boy to build. Let's do this shit, shall we? So we're going to first drop us a layer. We're going to make that one a little more translucent so it's not in our face. We're going to go to this one. We're going to grab our... Let's just grab our soft dip pen. Give us our nice blue... I said blue sketch. All right. Because of how big this guy is, we're going to have to do both a headshot and a body shot. So we're going to have to do both. So it's going to be all right. Don't worry about it. It's going to be fun. So let's start with the headshot. So we know this thing's going to have a lot of teeth. We know it's going to have a lot of eyes. So I'm thinking because it's going to be kind of a cross between like a dinosaur and a drake, it's going to have a very, yeah, I'll have the stabilizer off for now. Very angular, sharp kind of skull pattern to it. You know what I mean? Like we could probably draw that out a little bit, probably give it like a little more. It's like this, maybe give this a little bit more of a curve. We'll probably do a little bit more pull on the skull. Let the jaws come back a touch like that. Itchy. So we kind of got this going here. We'd probably honestly do more of, not a slim skull, but more that's kind of angled. So we can grab our eraser here. And we can kind of just follow our own thought pattern a little bit. See, I feel like the upper part's too thin now. So let's focus on the upper skull first. So if it's going to be a predator, it's going to have a pretty significant brain. So let's first get this jaw put together. And it's going to have a crest raise up to the skull plate. Probably start here, actually. And then it's going to kind of come back and lock down for that. So then if we take this eraser and we kind of reshape what we're looking at here. Got this going on, which means we can kind of pull this here. Oh, stretchy. So that way it's going to have kind of a connective tissue there. And it's only going to have 40% teeth. So I'm thinking it's going to be more of dagger-like teeth. It's going to have these kind of curved, really sharp-looking pieces. The idea being that it's going to have front teeth that are going to be bigger. Its back teeth are probably going to be a little bit smaller going back. So it's going to have kind of like a canine pronunciation to it. But then the ones on the back are going to be more curved inward, kind of trap its prey. So it's not going to have a shit ton of teeth. It's going to have a good amount for a carnivore. I don't know. I'm still not feeling this snout shape. It's still too mammalian. We're not really aiming reptilian here. So let's try again. Let's do a little curved down nasal passage. No, let me look at the Regisaur's head again. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm still thinking. Oh, let's pull this down. Let's do a big think. So it's probably gonna have eyes like right there, which means it's just gonna have a crest kind of come up over and then down. So if it had horns, it would kind of come out like that. They would have C-spine like right here. So imagine it's going to be a vertebrate. So we'll have nasal, teeth, maxillary. We'll have sternomasticoid like right there. I'm gonna reset this orbital. Be like that, but then we're gonna have the eye shape probably be closer to like a rounded bit like that, which means it's gonna have a orbital socket kind of like this, and it's gonna have skull plate line like that. Bam. So that looks like it's going to be a good start for its skull. Again, a lot of very basic stuff. And the big thing with the member is that it's going to have multiple eyes. So that's actually going to that's going to change up our skull pattern a little bit. So let's work on that here. So let's grab another layer and get this side shot together. Let's actually make this a folder, so we can keep all of our skull drawings in one specific spot. So let's swap this to Schmerple. And let's kind of keep working with the skull a little bit. Just kind of real focusing on the shape of this guy. Because he's going to have a bigger brain case due to the number of eyes he's actually going to have. So we could probably get away with doing a bigger rounded base into a Magnum Foreman right there. And then, of course, he's going to have the gap coming down to the attachment point for the jaw. And then it's going to be a kind of a straight cross to here, give or take. And then we'll redesign the teeth real fast. We have one nice big one up front, or two if you're looking at it as a full profile. And then more curved kind of hook teeth back here. We're going to have the upper bone. We're going to have the crest like this. Now, I'm thinking for the eye, it's going to be kind of angled like this. And it's going to have 6. What I think it's going to do is, I think because if it's going to have front-facing vision, and it's going to have 6 eyes, it's going to wind up wanting to kind of cover its sides. It's going to want to kind of cover its flanks, make sure it's not going to get hit in the sides or from behind. But having eyes in the back of its head would be redundant for what it's doing. So I think to really make this thing fucking weird as shit, let's go ahead and draw the bottom jaw first, because I have an idea. So we're going to get this jaw kind of put together. Raise this up. We're actually going to cut it a little shorter, because then the teeth should mesh together to some extent. So what I'm thinking is that if we're going to make this kind of a passive flyer, that I think it's going to have eyes not just on the top of its head. I think it's going to have eyes on the bottom of its head too. So I'm feeling that its second set of eyes are going to be right here. Right at the bottom of its fucking jaw. So it's going to have one eye there, one eye here. So mark that as 1. Mark that as 2. And then I think for number 3, we could probably do a nice smaller auxiliary eye right there. That way it kind of has everything covered in the predatory genus. That means that its vertebra will still kind of come down and crack out. Means it's going to have a peripheral plate depression. It's going to have a occipital crest. Actually going to have 2. It's going to have this one right here as well. Its cheekbone is probably going to be right there. It's going to have a secondary depression along that brain, or along the cranial piece. Have the depression there. Messed for reinforcement. Yeah. So like this area here would be for like a horn or something. It'd kind of come off its temporal plate, almost its peripheral plate. Yeah. I like it. I like where it's going. What do you think, Caddis? I know you're here and I know you're watching. What do you think? What do you think so far? I think what I'll do is that when we do the rest of the headshot, I'm going to angle the neck back a little more, kind of give it more of an open jaw situation. Oh, wait, what was it doing? They're doing a thing. Cool. Weird. Must be my sister landing. And at RIC, yeah. She just got back. Nice. My sister landed in Richmond. Very good, yes. Alright, so let's now build further upon it. So we don't need that first one. We actually keep that just to kind of see where we're going. Let's drop the opacity of this one. Because now we're going to start actually designing more than just the, well, yes and no. We're now going to be doing the muscle structure. And yes, this may seem like overkill, but this is how I've always done anatomy drawings. Is building outward, especially when designing a monster, because I want it to actually work. I don't want it to just be goofy looking or not actually fit what I'm aiming for. So we're going to do some muscle binding. So anatomy lesson while we're working. The muscles in your jaw actually connect from two different places. And those come from up here. And they connect down here and here. And then some creatures also have it there. And also here. So that is what we're going to kind of work with on this end. We're going to kind of get a nice little bit there. And then we're going to have a kind of wider muscle attachment there. And then we're going to have another one come out. And it's going to attach there. We're going to have a muscle group here. And it's going to attach there. Because remember, it's all about leverage when it comes to chomping. Remember, keep that in mind. You can quote me on that shit. When it comes to biting, when it comes to chomping, it's all about leverage. It's about how much force is behind that fulcrum point in your jaw bits. So, like, you're not going to have muscle past your teeth, past your molars. The only muscle you're going to have there is like your sphincter muscles, like for your cheeks, for your lips, so you can talk. But otherwise, you're not going to have anything that's like really heavy duty past that tooth line. So if anything, we're going to say that because he's going to have a big biting energy, he's just going to have another attachment muscle right there. And we'll just kind of zoop that a bit. We'll drop the eraser size just for future use. And he'll have another connector like that. So we're going to have 1, 2, 3, and 4 connectors on that jaw. If he's moving his head, if we're going to have the spine kind of come out like that, he's going to wind up having connectors right here. He's going to have connectors coming down the vertebra. He's going to have one that comes across. Ones that come down this way. And he's also going to have ones that kind of come like this. That's going to help open the jaw as well as move the neck. And he'll probably have an auxiliary here to stabilize the head to the spine. So this guy's gonna be thick in the neck, more than likely. He's gonna have a lot of moving parts, just because he's got to support that big old fucking melon of his. So let's go ahead and swap colors again. We're gonna start actually building this guy outward. Or girl, we're gender equality here, but we don't know what the fuck this thing is yet. That's the whole point of us doing this shit, is we're making it happen. We're making it real. We're doing the thing. We're playing the feud. What the fuck is... Azzy, what is that? Is that just a slowly rotating beaver? What the fuck is a Momo? Oh, it's like a buffalo. I was very confused on what the fuck that was. Oh, it's a dino. Oh, yeah, I'm doing a dino. Yeah, that's right. I was like, what? That's not a fucking dino. It's like some kind of thing. Marshmallow creature. Now you just hit me with more of them. You absolute goober. Yes, we are doing a dino. Oh, now you got ones that dance. My goodness. Am I on the right layer? I'm not. That's why you check your shit. So it's going to have one eye there. More like going to have some kind of this action going on. And kind of a wide gullet kind of situation happening. Probably going to have a little bit more of arc to it, because this is where the breathing's going to be. So I want to make sure that it has the proper size for that. What we can do just a little bit of marks tell us that it's there. And so that's probably going to have more spine coverage. It's a little shallow. No, it's about right. So we'll just give it a little chutzpah. Because its spine line should be like that. So it probably is actually going to be more scrunched than anything, actually. It's going to be more kind of down and then out. So that's going to be where the cutoff is. So we're going to give it a horn on its nose. Why? Because I think it needs it. Right, gonna do its one eye there, its auxiliary eye there, do its kind of just little crest action going on. Yeah, so let's keep with the kind of the idea here with it having these barbed like teeth behind its main teeth. Really kind of when it grabs you, it ain't gonna let go easy. I think is the idea we're kind of going for here. Is that if it gets its mouth around you, you're kind of Dunyan rings. It's all over except the crying, basically. You know, that's going to have its kind of soft tissue connector like that. Which means it's going to have a split kind of like this. And we can say that's going to have another hook tooth like that. Give it a little that action. Make this one taller. And then, of course, we can grab our eraser. Oh, shit. Too big. That's what she said. Gonna give it its gums kind of like right there. Kind of feedback into there a bit. And then I think its tongue is going to kind of be like this. No, it's not going to be pointed like that. It's not a serpent. Kind of like that. I feel like its head actually is too tall. So what if we just like cut the frontal plate down a bit here? Instead of letting it come all the way up, it kind of meets the crest, raises a bit, but then kind of comes down like that. Yeah, that looks better. We could do a more pronounced kind of thing here. We could fix the bottom jaw a bit. See if we can make it more
FBI, open up!
I told you, come back with a warrant. Just because you live in my walls. Ah, don't shoot me through the door. Every time. Every time. Can't have shit. Can't have fucking shit. All right, and then we'll give it a little bit of that, a little bit of this, and then we're gonna do a little schmuck, little schmatz, little schmutzy. And there, I think we got ourselves my ears. Yeah, how do you think I fucking feel? We're gonna give this guy some weird fucking irises. We're gonna give him double pupils in this eye because it makes sense in my brain. And then this one is actually not going to be reptilian at all. It's actually going to be goat-like because it's going to be for movement. I like it. I like it so far. Look at this fucking son of a bitch. It looks fucking cool. What do you think, Cass? Does it look monstery enough for the Monster Club? Oh, Azzy, did you see the other one we made? Did you see the first one? I probably fuck. God damn it, Cass. Cass or Azzy, did either of you see the first one we made? I didn't get to see the fish fry. All right, well then we can do that. Watch. We're gonna just let it auto save real quick, and flip. Yes, it looks monster enough for the Monster Club. Forgot monster. Yeah, you want emotional vulnerability in your relationships. We get it. Yes, this is the Heinzian Watcher. This is the first thing we made tonight. And what's really cool, if you want to see something really dope, this program has this really neat feature, which we can actually watch it in real time. Fuck, fuck, I miss how satisfying it is to watch this all happen in real time like this. We love the ketchup inspired one. Yes. Yes, we do. Yeah. And there it is. That's fucking Jesus. How long was that? It was a 2-hour project broken down to 2 minutes. I love it. Where the summon Carson button go? I turned it off because you're not home. When you're home, it gets turned back on. It lets people know that you're here. You silly person. I can't summon you if you're at work. What do you mean that's no excuse? I can turn them on and off. Okay, yeah, fair. Summon her home from work. Yeah, yeah. Hey guys, my followers paid money in points to have my wife come home from work. So can you send her home, please? I don't want a beer anymore. Did you wind up hurting that attending? Oh, while you're answering that question for everyone else. Should we add horns to this guy? I'm feeling like it needs horns, like on its head. What are we thinking? Give him horns. Heard that. All right, so let's grab our schmolder, and we're just gonna scoot him down. So we can kind of work on him a little bit better. Let's give this guy some fucking horns. All right, so we're right now in the line between, I'm feeling like he's going to be a flying ground hybrid. He's going to be kind of in between. So the horns are going to be probably more for defense, protecting his neck when he's flying around, or for hitting people when he's on the ground. So I'm thinking traditional dragon type. So I'm feeling something like this, kind of coming out from the skull, maybe doing a little bit curve back, maybe a little up, you know? Kind of standard line action, yeah? Maybe a little bit more like this, where it's going to kind of up, you know? That's what I'm kind of feeling. But it looks a little whack with the way his head is. So let's try and take another approach here. Let's see, what if we had it come up, right? And then kind of come back down and kind of do a curve out from the brain pan so that it can kind of do this. So it does like a trail back, like that. Say 2 sets, 1 uppy, 1 ram. Okay. Yeah, no, I can see that. And it's the question of that, if this is going to be above... Here, let's make another layer. So we'll save this one, right? Let's make another one. Let's do a big thinky. Ram set lower to protect the neck. Okay. So in that case, let's do... So they're both going to grow from here. So let's do, in that case, let's have them kind of come out because we don't want it to block his vision. That's the big thing. Because he has the third set of eyes at the bottom of his jaw. So we don't want it to curve super far into it. But what we could do is we could have it kind of come back like this. Have it kind of swing out. And then he could have his other set kind of grow from the top of the plate. Kind of up and back. Like a very, very pronounced. Something like that. Yeah. All right. Cool. So then let's just make them a little. No, we'll kind of just go over the lines a bit more. So let's give it a little bit more clarity. A little more action. And we'll just kind of fill these lines in a bit. We'll grab our eraser and we'll kind of just clean this up a touch. Itch my nose. Switch back to my pen. Give this a little bit more pronunciation. And we'll make this part here actually curve kind of into it. So let's just kind of clean this up just a touch. So we can kind of do that. And then have it kind of do that. Do this. So we can... Alright, then we'll grab our eraser again. And let's just kind of give it a little touchy-feely, a little cleanup. Nice. And then we'll cheat a little bit here. We're going to grab our particle brush. And what we'll do is we'll just kind of do this. And kind of take a look at without destroying that sketch. Yeah, no, I feel like this is good. I feel like this is good. It'll protect the neck protruding from the head. So when its head is back, it'll kind of protect the back of its neck. When it's in like attack position, it's got its nose horn. It could probably deal with another horn down here along this part. So we can swap that back to our pen. What we can do here is give it kind of not really a really big protrusion, but just like a bony outcrop that kind of is growing off the bottom of his chin here. So I think it's going to be a little bit wider, actually, than what we have here. I think it would be more like this. It kind of gives his jaw a little bit more definition. And then we'll just kind of shoop, boop, 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 like that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's all coming together now. I'm getting ready for my first night on an actual mattress in my own room in almost 3 years. Yes, Cass, I am so fucking happy for you now that you have like an actual mattress. I remember when you were telling me that you were sleeping on a fucking like weird ass beanbag looking fucking thing. Now you got an actual bed. I'm so fucking proud of you. So happy for you. You've done such a good fucking job. Like, you need to just give yourself such a big fucking hug because you've done such an amazing job. Gotten yourself so far. You should be excited. Like, holy shit. You should 100% be excited. That's dope as hell. All right, so let's shut off the rest of these trim pieces. And this is what we have so far. This is our boy. Heather said we'd see about getting me an actual full-size proper bed frame if we don't get a house by the end of the summer. Yeah, that's smart. Get like an actual bed frame going. Honestly, if you just have a box spring, you should be okay. Yeah. I mean, if you can get a box spring, that'd probably be better. But yeah, also a bed frame would also help. But yeah, super excited. I know Lily's probably fucking ecstatic. So this is our boy. We're not moving her in the middle of a school year, so I'm here for another year if we're not moved by school start. Yeah. Futon frame is dying. I remember you told me the frame is dying, and I'm like, ma'am, we gotta upgrade you. We gotta get you a little huts on that one. I'm just happy I was able to stop at the fucking vape store today and get um my favorite vape flavor back. I was very happy. Ah, drop shit. Oh, I'm doing a big stretch. Ugh. Ugh. There it is. My shoulders. My shoulders. Oh, scoozy. All right, now I'm checking on that. Lily loves my bed, and it's hilarious because she has her own whole ass bed that's pink and fancy headboard, footboard, nice match with everything. Well, it's because she likes being next to you. That's why. You know, that's how she is. She's a small child, silly child, big goofy child, silliest child. Look at all of the girls in my bed for a bit today. Eesh, yeah, I imagine. All right, so I think the next step here is one. I'm going to go back to these horns. I'm going to get this piece right here. I don't like that. Get out of here. It makes it look like he has an arrow. That's not what we want. All right, now it's going to be Lily laying against the big bear, Mabel wedged between me and the wall of stuffies, and the kitties against my legs. Yeesh. I thought it was bad that I got fucking elbow drop on my son in the morning. All right, now we get to have a lot of fun with this. Now we get to actually drop the opacity down on this stuff. We get to do a nice clean sketch time. So we're gonna pop this guy. We'll put him to 5. And we're going to actually swap them from our soft pen to our hard pen. And we're going to see how that looks. We're going to put our stabilizer on. And we're going to start making this shit happen. Motherfucker, redo that. All right, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Hello, mama. How goes? We're making monsters over here. Yeah. Snacking a bit before dinner. Listen, we don't judge here, mama. Oh, funny convo topic. There was a post I saw today that actually brought up monster lovers as the reason why, because they like, I think it was like emotional vulnerability, something along that line, or just vulnerability in general. Uh, because when you love a monster, you're basically trusting them not to fucking murder you outright. And so it's like having this open kind of relationship in the sense of the trust, which they know they would have, and that's what they crave. And I was like, that actually makes a lot of sense for the people I know who have their monster fucker cards. So yeah, neat little psychological thing I saw today that I was like, man, that's pretty cool. See, yeah, see, I love that kind of like psychological profile stuff. Yeah, it's been a joke. Like you can, if you go on Etsy, you can order like an SCP ID card. Like you can get little fucking ID cards made from different stuff. It's same idea where you get it and you can get your preferences checked off on like the boxes they have on it, and it has like everything listed down. You put like your fucking whatever picture you want to use for your face on it. Like you put your fucking handle on it or whatever. You get it printed, sent to you like an actual like card. It's pretty funny. It's pretty interesting. AJ would buy me an Adam Smash card for shits and giggles. Yeah, that's spot on. That's an AJ thing, definitely. But yeah, this is the first inaugural stream of make a monster where we let the dice decide what kind of monster we're making. The first one we made was a tiny plant, the one being called a Heinzian Watcher, and was a sentry plant. And it came out really nice, and I was very happy with it. And we're currently building this gargantuan dragon dinosaur looking motherfucker, which doesn't really have a name yet. But he's a unit. He's a fucking whole vibe is what he is right now. Yeah, and because it's also you can do the rolls in chat. So if I ask like, "Hey, roll me a d12 to determine what type of creature we're doing," you guys can just do that because I put the commands in. So you can just do exclamation point d12, and that result would tell what category we're in, and like you can kind of play with it that way. And then also it's just, get weird with it. Like this guy has 6 eyes, but he's like a dragon dinosaur monstrosity and is gargantuan. So it's like, how the fuck do you do that? Oh, we give him an eye on the bottom of his jaw since he's going to be more of a half flyer, half walker. So he can like see shit when he flies. And so it's like, it's interesting also watching me do the anatomy and stuff because when I build monsters, I build them from the skeleton up because I want them to make sense on some physiological level. Like, for example, have you ever seen a picture of a Tarrasque? A Tarrasque has spikes along its back, which is a evolutionary trait of prey animals to defend themselves from being chomped upon. Ankylosaurs had them, as well as like Stegosaur and Dinosaur and the Salosaurus, stuff like that, or Spinosaurus. And so that means that there's something that tries to eat Tarrasques. Like that's what that means, is having all those spikes on its back means that something wants to eat the Tarrasque. And so like that's that kind of weird anatomy thing where I'm like, I think they just kind of goofed on it when they're putting them to like they're drawing them. But it's interesting to look at the biology of it and be like, that is a terrifying fact that I don't like to know now. That there is something out there that prompted the Tarrasque to essentially evolve uh defense against being eaten. Like it's you, Cass, really? It's you. You're eating the Tarrasque? Goes good with spaghetti. God, this fucking spaghetti shit with you. It's like when I talk to you, Cass, it's like, 5 degrees to spaghetti. How quickly can I basically guess where one thing that you say leads back to spaghetti? Spaghetti's so good. I'm not saying it's not good. It's just that with Cass, it's like it's 5 degrees to spaghetti. It's just too. There we go. All right, and that is our whole ass boy right there. Now it's time to do some detail work. While I'm doing this, do you guys think it needs like spines up its back, or you think we should stick closer to standard dinosaur stuff where it may have spines because it has the horns? Spines don't matter. Spinies, okay. Sure, we can go smaller for this pen. Yeah, there it is. All right, now let's add some spines. Yeah, have fun, my monster. Looks awesome so far. Thank you. Big appreciate. All right, y'all. Let's put some fucking spines on this guy. I think he would have long, thin spines like this. Fix that last line. There we go. Fucking maybe like smaller one. No. This? No, that looks weird. What he would have, though, between them is webbing to control when they're up or down. Oh, it's not wrong. There it is. There's our boy. Look at him. This is what I call a monster. Yeah. So what we'll do is we're going to collapse that folder, and we are going to zoop it up to here. Because you know what the next thing we have to do is? We have to draw this whole motherfucker. So, same verse, or second verse, same as the first. Let's finish up this big guy. So, I'm feeling for him that we're going to have kind of a... I'm feeling that we're going to have some kind of action pose that... I don't know, his head's going to be like here. Issue is, I just don't think we're going to have enough fucking space. I'm going to have to shrink that, that other folder down again. Yeah, it's going to have to go over there because then we're going to have to swap to this guy. And we're going to have head, horn. We're going to have one shoulder, two shoulder. No, it's going to be under. Then it's going to have upper shoulder. It's going to be like Wyvern style. So it's going to have fingies. Then it's going to have Legos that are going to be reverse jointed. So it's going to have feet like that. It's going to have the rest of its pelvis. Kind of like that. Of course, its tail. I have hams, hands, neck's gonna come down like that. Then it's gonna have another muscle group right here, and that's gonna be this, and then this kind of situation. That's gonna have finger, thumb, Outer bone. I would have to look at a wyvern again to get an idea of how, because I think it has the. Oh no, that's right. They don't have three. They have two. They don't have that. They have two. Because then they have one, two, and then three. And he's gonna have his back come down like this. And it's gonna have big ol' ham hock. We'll have the other leg kind of go like that. Be more coiled. And its tail's gonna come out like that. Neck's gonna have to be bigger. Has its horns. Has the other horn. Comes down like that. It has the jaw. That's gonna have its frontal plate. It's gonna kind of come down to that. And then to like here, has its front horn. That there. I want this other arm just kind of idly being there. Especially since we're going to have the chest kind of come out more. And we can have kind of the view of the shoulder down. And then we can have the other arm kind of do this number. And then, of course, spinies. Of course, it's going to have its wing shoulder there. Wing shoulder there. Neck connector. And its back is going to be probably more pronounced. So it's going to connect to there, which means the tail is going to be a little thicker. Just take the eraser and kind of just clean up this. Keep my thought process in the same realm. It's going to have probably clearly pronounced ribs to some extent, which means this is going to have to come down to its pelvis, which means that line is too far out, which we can just reconnect it like that. And then it's going to be kind of like that. Honestly, I think its arm is going to probably end here. And then elbow. And then angry claws. All right. Oy vey. Jeez. Oh, sorry. I don't think I have any caffeine down here. I think I only have vaporizer. It's fine. Ugh. Hydrating. Oh. All right. Oh, scoozy. Yeah, it's like I'm stretching my leggies. My muscles have been way too tight in all of my bits for a hot minute. Oh, work fucking killed my legs. All right, we're going to continue on with this. I'm going to pull, actually, while I'm sitting here, I'm going to pull up a Wyvern. Reset those filters, please. Thank you, Wyvern. All right, awesome. That picture is going to definitely help my brain. We're not doing a full Wyvern. We're not giving it a stinger. Or we could, probably could. We could definitely give it a stinger. But right now, we're just going to focus on getting everything to look the same like we had on the other one. All right, so Wyvern has Trapezius. I'm actually gonna probably bend his arm down a bit more, so we'll probably do a bit more like this. And then have it kind of come up. Because then it can hit the elbow and kind of come up like this. Yeah. Yeah. Because then it can have connector down And then we have that. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Someone give me the Patrick Warburton soundbite. It's all coming together. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. So this is going to be more like that. Kind of point inward. Smaller tricep bicep area, and then it's going to kind of thin out to the wrist. Scoopity scoopity scoopity. And then we'll fix the lower horn like this. It's going to have our spines. First membrane connects like that. Then we're going to have its chest come out like that, which means its shoulder is going to come down like that. And that's going to come down there. And same verse, or second verse, same as the first. Itch, 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 itch. They have kind of like a big fucking talon like that. And you know what? We're gonna give this guy a fucking stinger. Just for fucks. Just for fucks. Because why the fuck not? Give him a really nasty looking stinger. Actually, I'm going to probably set his pelvis down a little farther like this. So are they reverse short or not? Oh, I guess they're not. So if that's the case, then what I can do is I can just break his leg down like that. Oh. They're gonna have claws. And their membrane goes from their back, so it's probably gonna go to here to there. And it's gonna cross. There we go. All right, so now that we kind of got that going, we can drop the transparency down of that a lot more. We can drop this down. And now we can actually start getting the final lines in place for everything. All right, comes the big final. All right. Now again, these evolutionized finger bones out. Compared to his body length, they're pretty fucking significant. So they're probably going to be significantly sized on this one, especially. Now the part that is going to drive me probably fucking absolutely bonkers is trying to get these fucking hands, claws, bits to be correct. All right, so if they're reptilian, they're going to have kind of a reverse joint at the ankle instead of at the knee. So it's going to be femur, tibia, and it's going to be kind of like this. This guy's tibia is actually a bit too fucking long. which is fine. It just gives me more to work with. All right, Caddis. I need your eyeballs once more. Ugh. Lord have mercy. I feel like it's missing. I feel like I have like the chest to extend. Maybe its body's not long enough. I have a really goofy idea. Yeah, I have a really, really goofy ass idea for like the actual full shape of this creature. So it's supposed to have 7 limbs. We're counting the stinger as 1, and it has 3 on either side of its body. What if it had 2 sets of wyvern wings? So basically, one in the front, one in the back, and the center were like its quote unquote arms, like things it could use to grab shit. Or we could just do 3 sets of wyvern rings and make it more serpentine. Because I think that would actually do it better with the way the head is designed. I'm feeling like it's more of a sky hunter, so it could just swoop down and fuck up your shit if it had 3 sets of wyvern wings. I feel like that's the better angle for this guy. That's kind of what I'm picking up. That's what I'm kind of feeling. Is I feel like trying to build him into a draconic body just isn't going to do us justice, because it's just going to be too much of a pain to kind of get it to be where I want it because of the number of limbs it's supposed to have. So if we just give it multiple sets of wyvern wings, then that's going to allow it to have the spines, have the horns, have the design of the skull, maybe giving it more of a aggressive beak, almost not, I wouldn't say beak like, but definitely more aggressive bone structure in its jaws, and then making it more serpentine, like kind of like a quasicodal. Um, I think would be better, because then it could still technically walk on wyvern wings, because that's the whole point, is that they're connected to the front. They're not like independent like dragon wings where their only job is to propel. Wyvern rings are meant to like allow them to walk and grab shit, not well, mind you, depending on the design of the wyvern, or the wyvern, which however you want to fucking say it, depending if they're 1 finger or 2 finger wyverns. So I think it's a way we could redesign it. And I'm gonna sit on it. I'm gonna sit on it and think on it. Because we've been going for about 4 hours. We can keep going. I don't mind. So I don't think there's anyone on that. No, sorry, Jesus, fuck. Ugh, jeez. Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try and. Brain. All right. Yeah, we'll probably have to wind up redesigning it into a wyvern. Hmm. Yeah, I think we're at the redo it as a wyvern. I'm trying to piece together what else we can try and do. Oh boy. I'm dying. All right, so can I fucking resize this? No, canvas. Motherfucker, I said resize, motherfucker. Let's give me like fucking, I don't know, 1600. Yeah, keep aspect. Yeah, because then I can make this thing not so small and kind of keep you stuck up in the corner. And then I can have this guy kind of as a guide. Let's kind of angle you a little bit so I have a better angle of approach. And then we're going to make another folder. Put some fucking layers in that shit. And we're going to try again. Alright. I think the fourth time me yawning is a good sign that I think we're going to hold it off for tonight. I'm going to save this and then come back to it. Donnie, hi. It's past your bedtime, allegedly. Well, then do the snooze. I'm probably going to be getting out of here in a minute.
Hello there.
We did some monster crafting tonight. Thank you for the follow, big guy. Big preach. This is what we did for the first 2 hours of the stream, was making this little creature. And currently redesigning our big dragon snake creature that we rolled up. And so we're working on that. So we've done a lot of progress tonight for our first inaugural Make a Monster stream. Pretty happy with it. Pretty happy with it. I'm glad. I hope you're having a good night. Hope you had a good day. And I'm glad to see you, buddy. It's always good to see my other VTuber friends coming and hanging out. Good night, buddy. I will see you probably later this weekend. Oh, jeez, I'm crow. Oh, let's just take a look at this. See if we pull any inspiration from this little bit here. All right, that's fair, buddy. It's Fulgrim's a nerd. I'm also not Emperor's Children. I'm this is an Exorcist uh chapter pattern that I have on me. And I also play Death Specters on the tabletop. Anyway, and then I'm a bit of Nid player since like 4th edition. So Fulgrim can kiss the entirety of my white Anglo-Saxon ass. But Perturabo is pretty cool. But we can have more chats about that later, buddy. Don't you stay around here past your bedtime or nothing. You gotta go do big Donnie things. For real, good night. For real this time, I'll hold you to it. Nice little recap of what we worked on. Getting the head shaped the right way. And then came this fucking thing. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking trying to do like Drake legs and like an additional wyvern arm. That's not gonna work design wise. Not physiologically wise either. Yeah. I think going the Quetzalcoatl route, making a more serpentine is gonna be the best angle for what we're doing. But I think I'm gonna call it there. I think I'm gonna do some wind down stuff, and we'll come back to this. If you guys like this, if you guys want to see more of this kind of stuff on Saturdays, then I am all for doing this more often when I get the chance. Doing the Make a Monster streams, working on drawing. It gets my skill back up to par. It lets me kind of design monsters for games. Um, it also lets me kind of spread my hands into different types of styles. So if y'all like this, let me know by watching it. Let me know by hitting the follow button. I'll post this up on YouTube as well. I'll probably make a Google Drive for all the finished pieces. And I'll probably transfer them to PDFs so that everyone can use them. So it'll actually have written out stats and everything. It'll have the picture in there and it'll look really nice. And then you guys will be able to use them for whatever. I'll put my little name on it, put my little trademark on it. And so if you ever use it, just say who you got it from. We'll go from there. But I appreciate you all being here for the first inaugural Make a Monster night. And so I don't know why this still says Beard's bullshit. That's the wrong one, but that is fine. It's because it's... Oh, that's why. Whatever. I'll fix it later. But thank you all for being here. We're going to raid out. We're going to find someone to go talk to. And we're going to go from there. But thank you all. Have yourselves a wonderful night. Take care of yourselves. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And just be real fucking cool. Just be cool fucking people. And I will probably see y'all Sunday. We'll probably do a little bit of something then. Or if I don't see y'all Sunday, I'll see y'all during the week. I may even get a hair in my ass and we may do a book editing stream, which would be fun. I would have to find what exactly I want to do with it, since some of my writing is definitely not for Twitch. So we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But for now, we're gonna go find someone to jump into. Let's see who's currently doing stuff online. See. Rex is doing that. Tally's doing World of Warcraft. Zach's doing Night Rain. Goes to Boar. Yeah, give you guys something a little fun to go do. We're gonna go raid into my buddy Rexus. He's a good dude. He's doing a lot of stuff. He's doing Doom Eternal right now. It's not his forte, so he's really kind of stretching out into the Doom shooters. So I'm real proud of him. He's doing a good job. So go cheer him on. Just go fucking tell him that, you know, Big Gandalf never gives up. And just give him some love. Cheer him on. And I'll see y'all later. Bye-bye now.